바로 갑시다. 식사 하셨나? 했겠네. 다 하시니까. 나 방금 4시에 일어나서 토스트 먹고 왔거든. 토스트 먹으니까 59분이더라. 깜짝 놀랐잖아. 씻고 나와서 토스트 먹는데 59분 지나가지고. 벌써? 이 생각하고 있었는데. 뭐야? 비 오는 날은 다른가? 씨발. 새우부터? 아까 방종했을 때부터?
I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
왜 비가 와도 저기 서
Letters on the
계실까?
table, Holmes. You should take a look.
대체 왜 비가 와도 저기 서 계시는지 난 이해가 안 가네. 응? 상류층을 뒤흔든 엄청난 사건. 이거 목욕탕 살인 사건. 대형 제국의 자랑. 로드니 벤트클리프 살해된 채 발견된. 별 그건 없네요. 이것도 마이크로소프트가 편집을 했거든. 그때 2장 마무리하고 너는 국가적 대의를 망쳤다. 약간 이런 느낌으로 편지를 보냈습니다. 공명정대됐다 이거. 어제는 집행자였던 것 같은데. 됐어. 저게 맞아.
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
내 책상 말하는 거야? 응? 어? 하나 더 이건가?
This is where I keep my post.
뭐야?
The letter is on the table, Holmes. You should take a look.
보고 싶은데 책상이 탁자 이거였네. 나 근데 이 인장 보면 빈츠밖에 생각이 안 나네.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B.
EB?
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
회전은 왜?
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
이게 가문 문장이야? 되게 간지난다. 경감의 편지 켄투주 마르샴 에비 그레인지 저택에서 오전 3시 30분에 썼고 친애하는 홈즈씨 흥미로운 사건이 발생했으니 이리로 와서 도와줬으면 합니다. 이 계속 오는 그 경감 맞지? 그 사건 맡아달라고. 취향에 딱 맞는 사건이고 부인을 풀어드린 다음 편지를 그대로 보존한 중이다. 그러네. 이 무능력한 경감씨 이번에는 편지로 보내셨네. 직접 안 오시고.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always. It appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man.
어디에서
These people
흥분했다는 게
belong to
느껴졌지?
high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
진짜 개사이코 같다. 바로 갑시다. 소시오패스. 그렇긴 해.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come,
어?
but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
뒤통수에
Yes, the
맞았나?
poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you would best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid to raise a right.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right, I'm going to examine it.
Very good,
식당에서?
Watson.
식당이라고?
Sir Warthen Brackenstall.
이야, 덥수룩하시네. 이거 뭐 조상인가?
Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
자기 할아버지인가?
Lord Ramsay Brackenstall.
야, 약간 뭐 좀 있나? 귀족 집안인가?
Lord George Brackenstall.
아니요.
Baron Lyndon Brackenstall. The Brackenstall family seems
안 봤습니다.
rather
그 만진
austere.
겁니다.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning room.
네, 말씀하세요.
Lady Brackenstall awaits you in the morning.
어디가 거치는지 너 어떻게 알아? 한 게 아니라 만진 거다.
Ladies, allow me to introduce
Huh?
myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
1년
I am
전에
sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my
되게
attempting to
어려
conceal
보이신다.
that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that, even if I were to attempt to deny it.
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and, oh God,
Please, go on.
as I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
다양한 거 아니야 이거?
And then,
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
왔다 빈다가
he
뭔데?
fought with the intruders.
왔다 빈다가 뭔데?
Yes, I think he had hurt them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
잠깐만. 생각해보니까 이거부터 해야 되는데 관찰부터 해야 되는데 새로 생긴 멍짝 좀 시게 맞으셨네 좀. 헬쑥한 얼굴. 혹시 이거 남편이 때려가지고 지인가 이가? 충분 부럽지. 호주 출신이래. 시드니. 힘이 있는 거죠. 뭔가 남편이 가정폭력을 해가지고 그렇게 되는 거 아닌가. 추리하는 겁니다. 오래된 몽자국이 있네. 응? 일단 이것부터 물어봅시다.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
이거 때렸네. 내가 때린 건
You
아니까
mentioned
모르지.
that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing
술
else.
취하면은 난동 부리던 양반이었네.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you? Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time, out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a
충분히
life
범행
is worse than
동기는
death.
있네요. 그죠?
Your ladyship?
이제는 요 하녀 마더 테레사도 아니고 하녀 테레사네.
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir.
재밌습니다 이거 생각보다.
As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw three men in the moonlight down by the lodge
약간
gate.
스토리 보는 맛이.
But I thought nothing of it at the time. Oh, if I'd known.
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
일단은 진술은 똑같아. 다를 건 없고 깊게 패인 주름살. 대체 이걸 왜 놓친내란 거야? 식초 냄새. 전속 환영. 아 방금 그거구나. 커피 자국에 하나는 뭘까? 그렇지 않아. 머리 아니고. 이것도 커피 자국인데? 하나는 뭘까? 와, 하나 뭐지? 이건가? 고된 노동의 흔적. 많이 힘들었나 보네. 식당을 조사하라. 뭐 안 보이는데? 그림인가? 키를 왜 누르라고 하지? 안 보이는데 아무것도? 뭐지? 신문 타임즈. 그러니까 고된 노동 아닐까? 가족 범죄단이 기승을 부리다. 랜들인가의 랜드? 아, 이 집 자체가, 이 집안 자체가 도둑놈 집안이야? 아까 그 3명 말하는 게 그거였구나. 시드넘 지역의 저택 강도 행각. 이거 보고 이 신문 보고 한 거 아닐까? 아버지 잭 랜들, 아버지와 두 아들. 잭 랜들은 40대로 희끗희끗한 머리와 평균적인 신장과 체격을 지녔다. 두 아들을 부하로 삼고 있다. 맏아들은 윌리엄 랜들, 키가 크고 건장한 체격이고, 근데 거기에 맞지 않게 작은 머리가 특징이래. 야, 씨. 비율 좆대나 보냐? 응? 둘째 아들은 멜빈 랜들. 말라 비틀어졌다. 아, 형이랑 동생이랑 천지 차이네. 왜소한 체격이라는데? 얘는 건장한 체격인데? 영국으로 귀환하는 선박을 무단 탈취했던 혐의로 수배 중인데, 그깟, 이, 은수저,
The
훔치러
description of the
오는 게
Randall
말이 안
gang
되는데.
provided by Lady Brackenstall is identical to the one in the Times
선박 훔치러
article.
다니는 애들인데. 여기
A trapper's hut.
이 집에 그림이 많네. 어쩔 수 없나 보다. 이 있는 집이라 가지고. 한이랑 같은 찍은
This
건가?
photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port. But which one?
어.
So the lady and her
Gibraltar?
maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
이걸 와 들고 가노? 사진 들고 와 보네. 또 뭐 있을까? 그림. 그지. 이때까지 시중 두는 것도 대단하시다 근데 그지. 뭐 안 보이네요. 근데 이제 뭐 여기서 이제 그림밖에 안 보여. 이 그림.
A trapper's hut.
사냥꾼의 쉼터 이거밖에 안 보인다. 이러면 이제 사건 현장 가봐야 될 것 같아. 그지? 뭐 안 보인다. 그래서 누가 걔라고?
The body is still in the dining room where the
식당.
murder took.
야,
You should
형,
examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
이 박제된 동물들, 이 있는 집 상징이죠. 와, 조각상까지. 야, 씨, 돈이 개 많은가 본데?
The hunting scene. Antique hunting weapons.
사냥 장총도 있고. 시계도,
The hunting scene.
시계도 크네.
These
유리병.
wine bottles are expensive and
역시
mostly
와인은
fast.
프랑스.
This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen.
이상하다.
An empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
은식기. 그래. 은식기를 어디 있는지 찾으면은 끝인 것 같은데 뭔가? 되게 간단해 보인다 뭔가? 근데 뭐 없는데? 다 본 건가? 촛대 받고 유리병은 뭐 하나하나 볼 필요 없는 거. 뭐 없죠? 식기는 금을 안 쓰나? 근데 이거 원래 다 조사할 때까지 이게 안 꺼지는데 다 조사하면 알아서 꺼지거든. 근데 덜 조사했다는 건데 뭐 없는데? 뭐 없는데? 아,
These
희한하네. 뭐 안 뜨죠, 그죠? 한번 모르겠다. 모르겠다.
a decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed.
왜 어두워? 불 좀 켜봐라.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
건더기가 없다.
There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being
그런가 보다.
poured.
좀 이따 다시 보나 보다.
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is
하나만-
rather strange that
그러니까
only
하나만
one
있네,
of
하나만.
these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other
beeswing.
two are clear.
오늘 하나 배웠죠? 비즈윙. 예, 건더기. 비즈윙.
Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
보도주. 티를 왜 자꾸 누르란 거야? 이거 뭐야?
A fur trader's cabin.
Hmm?
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
키 큰 사람이 잘라냈다는데? 일단 오케이. 이것도 좀 이따 하는 거네 일단. 피치 한번 볼까 이제?
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head.
야, 발이 엄청
There
크다.
were no other apparent injuries.
머리 한번 봅시다. 아, 근데 정면에서 맞았네요. 뒤통수가 아니라.
The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
좀 시게 맞긴 했다. 이게 완전 찌개져 있네, 여기가.
That must be the murder weapon.
살해 흉기일 수 있고.
Quite a
지팡이.
large stick, a formidable weapon.
근데 약간 그 뭐지? 방어 그게 없네. 앞에서 맞은 거 치고, 그지? 앞에서 막았는데 뭐 그게 없다?
Barefoot, he had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress.
방어흔이 없네. 발 근데 졸라 크네. 이 양반 발 지린다. 존나 크다 진짜. 마누라인 게 아니면 마누라 아니면 하녀일 것 같아. 아무리 봐도. 하녀도 이제 있는 정 없는 정 다 들었을 거 아니야. 여기까지 있었는데. 딱 여기서 맞았네. 여기 피 다
It is
튀어있네.
covered in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it
부딪히면서?
while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation.
여기 부딪히면서 피가 묻는다고? 희한하네. 목격된 용의자. 솔직히 여기 이 랜들 여기는 솔직히 안 믿긴 해. 일단은 뭐 증거에 따르면 증거는 모르겠고 일단은 랜들 강도다니까 냅둬 보겠습니다. 가정학대 가정학대란 게 딱히 뭐 없는데 여기는 그치? 출신은 딱히 뭐 근데 이게 유리자는 왜 부지깽이 시체 이 세 개는 아직 없네 보니까. 범인은 3명, 포도주를 마셨던 사람은 3명이다. 그중 1명은 건더기가 남아있는 포도주를 죽였던 모양이다. 포도주를 마셨던 사람 2명이다. 2개의 유리잔에 담겨있던 포도주를 유리잔에 옮겨다니면서 건더기가 한 군데를 모였다. 오케이. 네. 우연히도 3살 때 위로 넘어져서 죽음을 맞이했다. 이거는 좀 말이 안 되긴 해요. 우연히도. 그러면은 그러니까 3살 때 넘어지면은 뒤로 넘어졌을 텐데 여기에 흔적이 있어야 되는데 여기 있단 말이지. 그러면 여기 턱 맞고 이렇게 돼서 이건 말이 안 되지. 이건 말이 안 된다고. 턱 맞고 그대로 부러지겠지. 무게가 그렇게 돼 있는데 하중이. 무게 무서워. 아니 맞잖아 근데. 갑시다. 이 사건 왜 이렇게 짧아 보이냐?
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
랜들이라고 얘기하나?
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
Your ladyship?
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered so much, she deserves some rest.
뭐 그렇다고 하네요. 아직 뭐 더 있나? 왜 자꾸 뜨지? 긁힌 자국.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
근거가 있네?
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
열어줘.
This
해줘. 열어줘.
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it. Your ladyship?
남편의 금고라서 모르는데. 그럴 리가.
Let us try to open. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
아, 존나 어지럽다 이거. 숫자가 떨린다는데? 어? 오케이. 이렇게 돌리면 안 되나? 좀 천천히 돌려야 되나? 방금처럼? 그런가 봐. 좀 천천히 돌려야 되나 보다. 어? 오케이. 노가다 게임이었네. 에이. 찾아. 18, 5, 17이었네. 의료 소견서랑
It is
집게.
common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
맞지.
Antique coins are possibly of value, but they're scattered without care.
근데 금고 치고는 뭔가 좀 비어있다. 그지? 유스터스경 육체 및 정신 건강이 심히 우려되는 바입니다. 간장 대상 부전의 증세를 확인했습니다. 진찰 결과 두 눈은 충혈되고 피부는 누렇게 뜬 상태였고 숨결에는 악취가 섞여 있었는데 이는 간이 손상되었음을 의미한다. 폐 농약 역시 의심되고 최근에 다리에서 일어났던 경련은 잦은 알코올 섭취로 신경계에 문제가 생겼다는 신호다. 발작이 발생할 수 있고 간이 딱딱해지고 있다는 사실이 확인됐고 간 경화 때문에 추정된다. 부풀어 오른 위 주변으로 복수가 찼고 와 얘는 뭐 몸이 성하지가 않은데요. 왼쪽 갈비뼈의 고통은 췌장 질환으로 인한 현상인데 급성 췌장염으로 발전할 경우에는 치명적일 수 있다. 아, 과도하게 알코올을 섭취한다면 자기조절 능력이 떨어지며 폭력적인 성향이 그러니까 술을 하도 마셔가지고 그렇게 되는 거네요. 그럼 이게 알아서 죽었겠는데 왜? 신경쇠약이랑 연결되네. 이 술이.
Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behavior.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise.
야, 한여가 역겹다고 할 정도면.
That he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if everyone did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was especially hard for her.
서로한테 의지할 수밖에 없겠다.
Please leave my Mary alone. She suffered.
식당 또 다시 가봐야 되거든. 근데 아씨한테 말 걸지를 말래.
Please leave my Mary. Please.
아니 저거 신문해야 되는데 아씨한테 말 걸지 말래. 아니 어지럽네. 노끈 한번 봅시다. F였나? 이게 끄는 건데. 딴 건 뭐가 안 보이네? 그지?
This door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there. A deer hunt.
여기가 맞는데. 근데도 뭐 없는데? 이걸 눌러도 뭐 흔적이 안 보여. 네. 아, 뭘까? 이 식당에 뭐가 있는데. 의자. 오, 이걸 못 받았구나.
Sailors not this rope. I will take it.
토비를 찾아가래.
This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
이거였구만. 응? 왜 이걸 못 봤을까? 덩그러니 이렇게 있는데. 부인은 25살이래. 좀 어려 보이긴 하더라, 그지? 유복한 집안에서 출생했고 결혼 생활을 시작한 지 1년이 조금 넘었는데 2주 전부터 지속적으로 신체적인 폭행을 당했대. 2주 전부터. 그럼 그전에는 맞지는 않았는데 그냥 막 행패 부렸다는 건가? 그리고 1년이 조금 넘었다 했는데 아까 그 얘 한여 말로는 1년 6개월 됐다고 했거든? 그 얼굴 본 지가. 어떤 상황에서도 부인을 먼저 생각하는 사람이다. 어? 이 문 열면 가는 건 줄 알았는데 토비를 데려오래. 아, 토비를 데려오는 거였네? 처음인데 토비 출연.
Come on, Toby.
제대로.
We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. I agree with you, Toby, that Watson's shoe is preferable to Mrs. Hudson's cold cuts.
아, 막 이렇게 따라오진 않네. 다시 가면 되지. 아니 왓슨 시켜가지고 데려오라 했으면 된 거 아니야?
Search, Toby.
얘 따라다니면 돼? 토비도 내가 해야 돼? 아니 씨발 뭐야 이게. 어? 응? 어. 아, 이래서 이 정원이 열려있던 거구나. 이 마당이. 근데 토비야, 너 좀 살 좀 빼자. 왜 이렇게 느리니? 굉장히 느리네? 설마 여기 연수조가 있나?
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
오두막을 왜 들어가? 오두막 갔다가 이게 뭐야? 우물을 갔네?
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
우물 갔다가 그 다음에 이제 그 병문인가? 어?
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route. Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
동선이 이해가 안 간다 근데.
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
칼 아니야? 칼?
If only I had something with... The wheel handle is old and rusty. It seems to be...
그런 것 같은데? 일단 이거는 뭐 있어야 할 수 있고 벽면도 한번 봅시다 일단. 우물이 너무 궁금해서 우물을 먼저 왔어.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall.
뭐 딱히 뭐 없네요. 여기도 한번 보자. 오두막.
Small gardening tools, nothing of great interest.
공구상자.
This old suitcase.
여행
holds
가방.
bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved.
농사도에? 응?
This
갈고리.
hook might be useful. If only I had something.
갈고리를 안 돼? 안에 들어가야 되나? 안경 이래 밖에 놔두면 먼지 안 끼나? 야, 뭐 색상마다 안경이 있네? 갈고리는 어디다 쓰는 거야, 그러면? 이건 또 아무것도 안 되네.
A hunter scene.
갈고리를 저기 쓰는 게 아닌가? 뭐 딱히 없는데? 맞는 것 같은데. 아. 포대네 이거. 시작 포대네. 맞네.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
여기 다 있네.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
옛날 이런 데는 이렇게 그거 하나 보다. 그 자기 가문 문장을 박아 놓나 보다. 위에. 그러게 좀 이상하다. 너무 이게 쉽게 풀리는데 이거는 좀. 너무 이게 뭐 다른 사건이랑 연결이 되나? 왜 이렇게 이상하네. 너무 쉬운데? 지브롤터의 바위 손은 이건 갑자기 어디서 튀어나온 거냐? 그 지브롤터 항구에 내렸다고? 아 뭐야 이래도 뭐 연결되는 게 없네요. 이건 또 뭐를 찾아야 돼? 뭐를 더 찾아?
Brave Toby. The best nose in the British Empire.
무지갱이를 한 번 더 봐야 되나? 근데 이게 이걸 잘라서 여기 묶었잖아. 술술 풀리는데 뭔가 자꾸 막히네. 이 단서에서 자꾸 뭐가
A
막히네.
trapper's hut.
저 위는 못 보나? 뭐 없는디? 뭐지? 미쳐버리겠네. 와, 뭐야? 뭐 때문에 그러지? 이 식당을 덜 조사했거든? 아, 근데 뭔지를 모르겠다. 여기 하나인데. 무조건 여기거든? 응? 못 떴다. 아씨, 뭐야. 아, 괜히 설렜네. 아이, 참. 사람 문은 안 열어봐도 돼?
This
뭐 때문에 그럴까? 뭐에서 막힌 걸까, 지금?
These wine. A bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house.
Uh-huh.
They only took a little silverware.
고멘. 그럼 이제 신문만 하면 돼? 이렇게 3개. 연구하는 거 하나 있네. 분석 갔다 오자 그러면. 그지? 분석 갔다 봅시다. 토비 타니까 토비만 보여줘. 왓슨은 또 같이 탔을 텐데. 왓슨도.
Brave Toby. The best nose in the... Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are
와, 너무
smoothly cut.
깔끔한 거 아니야?
Let us try to find out what tool was used. to
가위로는
cut
이렇게
them.
안 잘릴 것 같은데. 벌려진단
The
말이지.
fibers from this cut appear to be different. If I cut the rope with a knife,
칼이네.
it matches the original.
아직도 하나가 남았는데. 선원 출신? 호출기 끄는 날카로운 칼에 의해 잘려갔으며 뱃사람들이 즐겨 쓰는 형태로 매듭 찢은 상태였다. 선원 출신의 침입자가 있었던 모양이다. 이게 뭔 개소리야. 지브롤터 저기 선원 중에 아는 사람이 있는 건가? 혹시? 설마. 신문을 하러 갑시다.
We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
반응이
Your ladyship?
희한하네.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed.
둘 다 반응이 왜 이래?
Please,
이걸 누구한테 신문하라고 그러면 이제 누구한테 신문하라고? 다 했네. 뭐 얘한테 신문하냐? 응?
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
뭐지?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel
Oh?
on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the
미친놈인데?
point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
뭐 자자하네요. 에, 자자하네.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery.
살인을 저지른 방문자. 어젯밤에 저택을 방문한 사람이 유스터스 경을 살해하고 브레큰스톨 부인을 포박했다. 키가 크고 건장한 인물로 추정된다. 어? 의외의 등장인물이 하나 생겼는데? 서재를 보내라. 그래, 너무 쉽게 풀리긴 했어. 흠모했던 건가? 서재에서? 내 서재에서? 그러네. 부인을 흠모했던 선원이 저지른 살인인가? 스물다섯이면 어리긴 해. 있다. 93년에 지브롤터 바위에 도착하다. 이거네. 선박. 애들레이드, 사우샘프턴, 런던. 6개월간의 항해 끝에 런던으로 돌아왔다. 아, 그럼 이 6개월은 배에서 만났나봐. 이 배에서 꼬신 건갑다. 이 배에서 꼬신 거네. 대지와 광산을 소유 중인 프레이저 가문의 상속물. 진짜 부호네?
Here it
원래
is.
집안이? 베이커 유격대의 심부름. 이게 뭐야?
The shipping company, the Adelaide, Southampton, London line, and its address. Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
얘가 전문가야, 위긴스가? 애 말하는 거 아니야, 그때?
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893. And
갑자기 선언이 나왔어.
employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
3시간이 지나고. 갑자기.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it.
저도 그렇게 생각 중이긴 한데 그냥 한눈에 반해가지고 한 게 아닌가?
I left it right on the table for you, sir.
책상이 여기잖아. 오케이.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
11월 7일에 여기 있네. 잭 크로커 선장.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days.
잭 크로커. 또 없지 여기 지금.
I do
없고.
not think that
잘못 넣은 거야. 11월 7일이거든. 여기는 없네 지금.
This officer is still at sea.
아, 이렇게 제거하는 거구나.
This officer is still.
일찍이 할 걸 그랬다잉. 잭 크로커, 헨리 사우스 와즈. 이름이 왜 어렵지?
This officer is still at sea.
헨리도
This
빼고
officer.
딱 한 명 남네요. 선장이었는데 찰스가.
This officer was on a ship that
아,
sailed
찰스래.
half
잭
a month.
크로커. 잭 크로커.
This Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
딱 혼자 남네. 크로커 선장을 정면으로 마주하십시오. 이러면
This
또
Crocker.
변장한 거 아니야?
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
변장 안 해? 변장하는 게
Wiggins,
재밌는데.
could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
왜?
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
야,
Yes, it is important.
진짜
that we
뱃사람
talk.
같이 생겼다.
You will soon understand why.
분석부터 해봅시다. 근육질이라고 뜨네 일단. 정직하다. 근육질. 신문 잉크. 깨끗한 장화. 하나는 뭘까? 선원용 약간 이런 느낌인데? 칼. 지렸다.
You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her from when I was first officer, but I still don't see.
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight
신문 잉크.
away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with
맞네.
Lady Brackenstall,
미래했네.
despite the danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
No evidence.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
어!
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not
아니
the only
너밖에 안 남아.
London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night.
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
키 크다잉 근데. 엄청 크네.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No, there is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
아 근데 이 크로커 선장이랑 뭐가 없는데? 저 매듭을 배웠을 수도 있는 거잖아. 그때. 여기 가볼 수는 없는 거야? 그러니까 앞에 건 되게 좀 복잡했는데. 아니 이게 이거라고? 왜? 세 명이다로 한번 해볼까요? 세 명은 절대 아니네요. 그 한여 포함해서 3명 이 생각하고 있었는데. 랜들. 아, 이게 말이 되나? 뭐 더 볼 거 없어? 이게 다야. 뭐 이래? 아니 뭐 이래? 아, 뭐 그냥 존나 찜찜하노. 좀 그런데?
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
얘는 뭐야? 얘가 탐정 아니야? 위긴스? 어쌔신인가?
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
맞대.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly
그러네,
the
첫눈에
first
반응
day that I
맞네.
met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household. When I talked to her maid, who told me everything, I was insane with rage. I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
But that makes her an accomplice as well as her maid. It places her in danger yet again.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear. And it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
뭐야 이 새끼. 왜 갑자기 자기가 그래? 돌았나 이 새끼가. 날먹할라 하네.
You should have let me die. How can I live if Mary suffers?
I am sorry, Captain Crocker, but there has been quite enough death in this case.
마리는 근데 그냥
Inspector, I give you Sir Eustace's killer.
어떻게 못
He
넘어가나?
tried his best to perform his own justice.
Well, I'm not surprised. Yes, it was me. I confess.
Here is a piece of evidence that can be used in court.
Perfect. A case that went smoothly for once.
잭 크로커는 스스로의 분노를 조절할 수 없는 위험한 사람이다. 공범인 브레큰 스톨 부인과 함께 끔찍한 범죄를 저질렀으므로 법적 처벌을 받아야 마땅하다. 이거 마누라는 어떻게 용서하는 그거 없냐? 공범 아니라고 하는 그거 없냐? 그냥 불쌍하잖아. 근데 이거는 선처를 베푼다네. 둘 다 풀어준다는 전제네. 존나 마음에 안 드네, 둘 다. 이대로 지나간다는 거잖아. 그 잭 렌달 걔들 이 범인이라고 하는 그거잖아. 그러면. 아이씨, 괜히 했다. 아, 또 봐야 되네. 아,
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away.
아 보이는 너무 불쌍한데. 보이는 너무 불쌍한데. 내 연담이긴 한데.
Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace.
넘길게요. 아, 넘길 수 있네요. 아, 몰랐네. 넘길 수 있는지. 네. 쉬어가는 챕터. 좋았습니다. 어? 이게 네, 4. 근데 이 도덕적 선택 이게 그거잖아. 그 아까 둘 중에 하나 그거잖아. 용서하냐 안 하냐. 아, 이거를 풀어줘? 큐 왕립 식물원의 비극. 큐 왕립. 씨. 하요.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
버리냐?
Hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
진짜
You have any
미친놈이네.
case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
이번에는 기념품으로 그 에비 그레인지 저택에 인장이 새겨진 포크를 챙겼네. 아 근데 미친놈이다. 집에 벌 풀 생각을 하고. 어지럽다 어지러워. 왜 이렇게 멀어? 거리에 비례해서 로딩이 되나? 왜 이렇게 멀어? 그런가 본데요? 되게 이번이 로딩이 제일 긴 것 같다.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens.
식물 도난
This
사건.
place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small
이
favor.
새끼
for a
안경
friend.
왜 이래?
Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the
부원장?
deputy director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants.
아니
We
돋보기
presented
수준이
them at our
아니야.
last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
유리병 바닥?
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
화이트. 부원장이라며. 원장은
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants.
도착했습니다.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn,
아,
died
원장이 죽었구나.
just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
Huh?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
자기 아빠가 죽었네.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them was stolen. Here is a list of the stolen plants.
야. 방금 그 영화 봤는데 하나도 못 알아봤어.
These trees, with their roots in water, must originate from Louisiana.
루이지애나.
The bayou. I remember.
According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
맞네, 저기 핏자국도 있네. 여기 보면은 여기 핏자국 있잖아. 아니야? 물자국이야? 물자국이네. 흰 줄 알았네. 왜 자꾸 T를 누르? 아, 또 있네.
The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
최근에 바꿨다.
This pot was broken fairly recently. A flower pot
왜
recently
화분을 안
fell down
버렸대?
from these shelves and was misplaced. The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection Room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
자국 있다?
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
이 시체 끌고 온다고 이렇게 끌린 거 아니야?
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
피 있네 여기.
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
문을 부수. 아이고 뭐야. 문을 부수고 화분 떨어뜨리고 떨어졌다.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
해롱해
I
보이는데?
think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection Room.
여기 뭐 더 볼 거 없나? 뭐 없나 본데? 식민지 박물관.
Very strange. Half of the colonial collection is absent.
응?
The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
세정제. 반짝이는 돌조각이 뭐야?
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow.
그래 쳤다?
A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
석상 대리석 조각이라는데?
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
석상으로 해가지고 피 다 튄 거를 세장제로 닦아낸 거구나 여기를. 시체를 부검하라. 두두둥. 뭐야? 바로 시체 부검하러 가? 서재 확인하고 시체 부검하고 오케이 바로 가면 될 것 같습니다.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
건물마다 데이커부터 갔다 가자. 뭐더라? 퍼즐 하긴. 아, 공학, 역사, 약학, 약학? 아니고 식물학.
That is not.
아니야? 신문? 신문인가? 신문은 아닐 텐데. 보고서. 동물학. 기운의 상징 아니고 무술 아니고 범죄학 아니고. 뭐지? 이것도 아닌데? 이것도 아닌데? 신문인가? 뭐냐 이거? 셜록 홈즈의 뭐야 이거? 어? 뭐 딱히 없는데? 독초? 어디? 신문에 있었어? 백과사전? 아까 눌러봤는데. 아, 백과사전? 저 보고서 말고. 그쵸? 맹독? 아, 이거야? 아, 얘들이 다 독성 식물들이야? 처음 언급한 세 종류 식물은 인체에 치명적이다. 특히 플로렘 디아볼리카. 특정 조건을 만족해야 된대. 아, 주변의 공격적인 반응에 대항해서 맹독 포자를
Here it
뿜어낸다.
is.
희귀식물이라서. 자연스러운 자극이 필요하다. 애벌레를 이용해야 되고. 가보면 알겠네 이제. 루루루루. 근데 이 마차 너무 좁다. 좀 넓게 못하나? 굉장히 불편한데. 산의
I
놈들이
asked
저렇게
Inspector
낑겨 타는 거.
Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
말도 잘 들어.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
체외 보고. 손부터 봅시다.
Nothing suspicious here.
특별한 건 없고. 여기가 아까 넘어지면서
There is an
나온
injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall.
코가 근데
from what
굉장하시네.
greenhouse.
이 남자 코가 굉장한데.
The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal.
장난 없네. 존나 크네.
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
꽃향기가 난단다.
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy. No redness, stings, or bruises. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
아, 군의관이랬지?
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
아니 이거 보니까 그거 하는 것 같다. 그 의사 시뮬레이터인가 뭐 그런 거 있잖아, 알지? 수술 시뮬레이터인가?
The lungs are congested and edematous.
부종이 있다는데? 뭐야 이거?
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant. The liver is enlarged. It would seem
알코올
that he was
중독이야?
suffering from
여기는 뭐 다 알코올 중독이래? 응? 다 알코올 중독이래?
The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
네.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his
그래도
death.
최후의 만찬을 하셨네.
My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean
Yes, it is murder.
we should inform Lestrade?
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder
그러네.
appeals to me.
얘 완전 범죄로
Murder of
넘어갈
any kind
뻔했네.
appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, we also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish
야,
and the
프롤로그
son
끝났다.
of the victim,
5장.
Albert Dunn.
이제 시작이다.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No, a few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're
좋네.
enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
도둑과 살해범. 살해범은 큐 왕립 식물원에서 개최된 전시회 당시에 희귀 식물을 훔쳐간 도둑이다. 일상에 있는 사람들 심문한다. 안 가두고 오히려 좋아. 이번에 왜 왔음? 보여주네. 둘 다 탈모가 진행 중인데? 둘 다 탈모가 진행 중이네. 얘부터. 부원장부터.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
사람 관찰부터 해야 되거든. 공로이거든. 값싼 근시용 안경. 돋보기. 이게 왜 이래? 더럽혀진 목깃. 식물 자국 그거 아니야? 옷도 더럽네. 작업복인가봐? 미혼이다. 정원사. 야려 이씨. 죽음은 맨 마지막에 물어보자.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That
And
he had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
아,
thank you, Mr.
바람둥이였다네.
Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
바람둥이였다고 하네요.
Nursery. Director's office. How? Water.
아, 이 게임 너무 친절해.
Dry. Vent.
너무 친절해. 뭐야? 뭐 없지?
Reserve.
기품실. 탈이다. 너무 친절해서. 나와봐.
Locked. Locked.
사무실 문은 잠겨. 여기도 잠겨 있겠네.
Nursery. Locked.
아, 뭐 다 잠겨 있냐? 여기 있나?
Can I help you, gentlemen?
얘 근데 아빠랑 하나도 안 닮았다. 화이트는 어딨어? 테스크.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
청소 기구들 있고. 뒷문. 딱히 없네요. 예. 관찰부터 해보자. 얘는 아빠 진짜 안 닮았다. 근데 눈이 충혈돼 있네. 울어서 비통에 잠긴 상태다. 얘도 좀 코가 한 코 하네. 코가 있네? 아, 면도하다가 손. 식물원에서 일하나.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
관계 한번 물어볼게요.
I imagine that your relationship with your father
또 사이가 안
may
좋아?
have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here.
강제로.
Now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path. And I have to manage Kew Gardens. And I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
비어있는 식민지 식물관이가 못 물었지. 마가렛
We
화이트는 맨
noticed that a
마지막에.
part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah. At the moment, I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
거기가 중요한 건데.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
종자 보관실에서. 마틴 해미시 부원장.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director.
여기는 왜 다 사이가 안 좋아?
My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences.
지가 관리하는 것도
He was
아니면서.
convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. That my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Thank
웃긴
you, young
새끼네
man.
부원장도.
We shall
부원장
see
좀
you
웃긴
again
새끼야.
soon.
그냥 일개 직원인데.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
나 뭐랑 뭐 연결했어? 그니까 공무원. 그러네. 왕림이 공무원이겠네? 그러네. 얘도 이상하네. 얘가 주인이 아니네. 그 원장이 그니까 맡아놓은 거네. 부원장은 그럴만하네. 일을 자기가 다 하는데. 야심이 아닌데? 정상인데?
Ah,
그러니까 이게 왕립이면은 공무원이면은 그게 맞지. 근데 이 식물원을 개인 소유면은 그거고.
according to this,
이거는 아까 그거고. 왜 이래 얘? 이 새끼 존나 뛰는 거 존나 희한하네 이게.
water lily green.
수상식물원. 아이 진짜.
According to
무슨 개구리 소리 들린다. 아까 화이트 만들어 가야 되는데 화이트 어디 있다 했지? 아이 나와봐요. 무슨 연구 중이랬는데? 오. 선인장. 동자 보관실.
these flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
이게 왜 여기? 대리석도 찾아야 되네. 이거는 깨져 있을 테니까 어디 숨겨놨겠지. 아니면 뭐 버려져 있거나.
Dry. There is a smell of burning.
화분이 부서져 있고. 어?
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
아, 그 부서진 거. 방독면?
A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. The remains of a picture frame.
액자.
A broom handle was half burned.
종자 보관실. 화이트씨 만나러 갑시다. 화이트씨. 아, 뭐야. 식물 건너갈 수 있는 거 아니었어? 쟤다.
Look, Holmes. This charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
와, 근데 넓긴 하다. 그지?
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
요주의 물건이라는데?
A water.
일단 오케이. 뭐야? 아이씨, 길막 니은.
Open.
창문 열기가 왜 있을까? 할 일 해.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. This place serves as Albert's office.
알바또. 화이트씨. 마가렛씨네.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
되게 어려 보인다. 값비싼 향수. 어? 두드러기야? 능력이 있네. 하나는 뭘까? 전혀 감이 안 오는데. 부자네. 부자? 뭘까? 뭐 특이해 보이는 게 없는데 딱히. 뭐야? 뭔데? 알아? 여기도 아니고. 쉽지 않은데. 와, 쉽지 않은데. 예상치도 못한 곳에서 막혔는데. 얘는 왜 이렇게 특징이 없냐? 안 보이냐, 눈에? 저기만 비켜간다고? 어딜 말하는 거야? 미혼! 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 예, 피부에 딱 비치면 딱 보이네.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after the most recent exhibition.
Oh, yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
아니, 미혼인 게 중요한 거야, 근데. 진짜 모름.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
처음으로 잠깐만.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh, yes, indeed. He was always so active
했네,
and so
했어.
optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
약간 여자한테만 친절한가 보다.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He
어떻게
agreed I might carry out my
직원실
studies
열쇠만
without
두지 않을래?
disturbing him. It is only temporary.
내한테 반납 좀.
Thank you, miss.
까비.
None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
일단 셋 다 만났고 서재 2개에 용도 찾기 2개. 그리고 지금은 맹독식물 찾기랑 도둑맞은 식물 찾기, 몬테규 던에 대한 정보 모으기. 아까 잠겨있던 데 있지 않았나? 여긴 아니?
Locked.
굿.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
근데 뭐 딱히 특별할 게 없는데? 그냥 문 연 거 빼고 없는데? 딱히 특별할 건 없네요. 흉상!
I am curious if the marble... Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the colonial collection room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
아까 이렇게 안 생겼던데. 코는 똑같네. 코는. 여기 흉상이 버려져 있네. 수료증.
An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
올해의
A
정원상.
master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
여기는 해미씨 그건갑다. 사무실인갑다.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish.
논문도 쓰고.
A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
얘 능력 있긴 한데? 그지? 능력 있긴 하네. 마틴 해미씨.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
능력 있긴 하다. 창문에서 식민지가 한 번에 들어오네.
Locked.
아, 여기가 아까 맨 처음에 들어가려고 했는데 잠겨있던 거기네. 아, 오, 여기 직원실인데 열리는데?
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of...
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
허비냐? 허비 또 와? 야, 2회 연속 출연인데? 허비?
A botany book. This student's
Albert.
book belongs to Albert.
Botany book.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
A
수금기.
phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
이것도 한번 해보자.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
해요.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
범행 동기랄 게 없다잉. 그나마 본장.
Gloves. Waterproof aprons. Everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals.
아이씨, 뭐 또 있어? 뭐?
It appears as though
아,
the protective
그놈의 빈
equipment is
공간.
missing from here.
그놈의 빈 공간. 모르겠네. 그냥 씨.
Locked.
아, 여기는 아직 문
It
열네.
does not matter. We will open it.
야, 역시 안 되면 딴다는 마인드. 오랜만이네 이거. 이건 옆으로 움직인 거네? 어라? 됐나? 아, 여기가 연결이 안 돼 있네. 여기인가? 여기 이렇게. 여기 왜 공간이 생겨 있냐? 불편하게. 된 거 아니야? 왜 안 되냐? 된 거, 아이씨, 난잡하네. 아, 뭐 어지럽다. 여기 연결되는 선이 없는데? 이렇게인가? 전체 회전 이렇게인가? 좀 됐다. 어. 아, 여기 왜 이렇게 어렵냐, 이거는. 뭐 맞는 게 없는데? 이렇게인가? 이렇게인 것 같다. 이렇게. 얘는 뭘 맞춰야 되냐? 아, 씨, 자물쇠 족같네 진짜. 뭐 이따구로 만들어놨음? 이거다. 아, 근데 여기 또 여기가 뚫리네. 잘못 눌렀다. 아, 이것도 움직일 수 있네. 그러면 이거 응? 연결되는 게 없는디? 이렇게인가? 아, 뭐야? 나 어지러워. 다 좀 그럴듯하게 만들어놔가지고 열받네. 여기 붙이는 게 아니네, 애초에. 무조건 붙여야 되는 건 줄 알았거든? 이렇게? 맞는 것 같기도 하고. 아씨, 도저히 못 풀겠는데?
Open. The employee's cloakroom.
불타기보다 어려운 너.
Martin Hamish's locker.
그린 식물학
A
서적.
review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
공통식품. 편지. 서 기장님께 큐왕립 신문에서 벌어진 일련의 사건들을 수습하려면 서 기장님께서 경영권 인계 허가서를 갱신해 주셔야 한다. 저야말로 관리직에 어울리는 사람이지 않냐. 몬테규 던 씨가 살아있을 무렵에는 제가 무리하게 요구했던 사실을 인정한다. 정당한 선택이고 나도 기꺼이 따랐다. 허나 현재 식물원은 엉망이 됐다. 이리 놔둘 수는 없는 노릇 아니냐. 얘는 하루빨리 맡고 싶어하네, 원장직을.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry.
Interesting.
Father and I. Kew Gardens.
얘는 어릴 때부터 여기 왔었네. 큐 왕립 여기를.
Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
조선업이랑 해군.
A
불합격.
rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
훌륭한 성적을 거뒀음에도 불구하고 이 아버지가 막으셨다. 응. 응. 가업을 이어가라고. 응. 막았네. 왜? 사진?
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
둘이 사귀는 사이 아니야 이거? 화이트.
Miss White's locker. Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. A
신청서.
draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
부모님께 떨리는 펜끝을 주체하지 못하고 이렇게 편지를 씁니다. 학비와 임대료가 생각했던 것 이상으로 비싸기만 하네요. 혼자 힘으로는 오래 버틸 수 없을 것 같아요. 과거에 서로 다툼이 있었던 건 사실이지만 학비 때문에 학업을 포기하는 딸 자식을 가만 놔둘 만큼 매정하신 사이가 좀 안 좋네. 부모님이랑 여기도. 보석함.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune.
이거 좀 안 맞다?
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
알버트가 사줬나? 그런 건가? 사준 건가? 편지가 있네. 마가렛에게 편지를 받고 놀랐단다. 우리와 연락을 끊고 살아간 지도 수년이 지났는데 돈을 달라고 말할 생각이 들더냐? 대학에서 어떻게 지내는지조차 알 길이 없었건만 이제 와서 우리 도움이 필요하다고? 내 친구들처럼 상류층 집안이 아니었던 가족을 부끄러워했던 게 아니었더냐. 우리들이 대단할 것 없는 사람들임은 맞다만 집안에서만큼은 가족을 최우선으로 생각해도 되지 않느냐. 우리들은 네 상사인 몬테규 던씨에게 알랑거릴 만큼 호락호락한 사람들이 아니란다. 부탁은 거절하마, 마가렛. 결국 전부 내가 자초한 일이구나. 이만 줄이마. 이건 다 뭐야? 이거 혹시 몬테규 던이 선물해줬나? 알버트야, 몬테규 던이야? 알버트 던. 최근 들어 재정적인 문제 때문에 심려가 크시다고 들었습니다. 제가 봉착한 문제를 해결할 수 있게 도와드리겠습니다. 저는 부유한 집안 출신이니 큰 부담은 느끼지 않았으면 합니다. 언제나 그대의 편이야, 알버트. 둘이 사귀는 게 맞고, 이 보석? 이건 다 제가 줬나 본데? 자, 알버트가? 그지? 알버트가 줬나봐. 다 안 맞는데? 야심. 이거 상관이 없잖아, 이거 다. 다 상관없는 얘기인데? 아무리 봐도. 그래. 다 상관없는데? 뭐야? 여기 다 받고 그러면은 신문하고 서재 확인 한번 하고 상형 문자는 신성이라는 뜻을 의미한대. 서재 확인 이거는 됐고 일단 신문부터 합시다. 해미씨부터. 흉상. 추왕립 식물원.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
사진이 있는데.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But but you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
화났다.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
아,
Did he get on
아버지도
well,
부원장이었네.
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further
흉물.
proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
이 새끼 자꾸 구라를
It is
치네.
strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
이 새끼 영.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was.
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
나 이거 선택한 적이 없는데 이거 왜 이게 어쨌든 뭐 됐으면 됐어. 여기는 뭐 없죠? 해미씨의 동기 던이 자신과 아버지의 삶을 망치고 공로를 가로채갔다고 생각한다. 애매한데 근데 뭐가 없잖아. 알버트한테도 한번 물어보자. 알바또.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
왜
Are you
숨겨?
quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
돈 때문에?
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you.
동기, 알버트의 동기. 꿈을 망쳐놓고 자꾸 망신 주고. 애매한데 모든 게 다. 일단 서재 한번 가봅시다. 아이고 아이고 아이고. 화이트는 근데 뭐 없긴 해 보면은. 근데 양다리인지 부자간에 양다리를 걸친 게 아닌지 조금 의심이 되네. 터진 화분의 상표. 이거를 이거는 상형문자 신성이라는 걸 의미한데. 상형문자 신성? 아닌데? 신문도 아닐 것 같고. 기호 및 상징 이건 같다.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
볼테이지 좋다. 이것도 아까 그거 아니야? 딴 건가? 화분의 인장. 이건 뭘까? 이건 학문이랑 상관없어 보이고. 신문 한번 훑어보자. 이민자, 엠마키스, 대지진, 식인, 보물, 미술협회. 아니고 정색 아닐 거고.
That is.
이것도 아니고. 이것도 뭐 없는데? 백과사전 한번 봅시다. 아니고 경제학 아닐 거고, 공학 아닐 거고, 역사 아닐 거고. 이게 뭘까? 인체화학 아닐 거고. 와, 이거 뭘까? 아, 이거구나. 아, 공급.
Here it is.
어려워, 씨. 천국의 정원, 블러튼 3번가 원예 용구 및 화분 장신구 도구를 판매한다. 이건 트리완. 이게 뭐야? 저건 뭐야? 일단 토비 데려가자. 너 이거 뭐야?
Come on, Toby. Let us.
토비야, 가자. 아까 어디더라? 톱이 바로 데려갈 걸. 기억이 안 난다. 어디였는지. 그럼 뭐 냄새 나겠지. 톱이 흙 봐봐. 씨.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory.
연구실.
Search, Toby. Search.
야, 문도 여는 개야? 똑똑이네, 똑똑이. 귀엽다. 야, 근데 이거 얘 무릎 안 좋은 거 아니야? 너무 뛰는데? 뭐 있네?
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
뭐냐 이거 또 씨. 분석을 시작해야 되네 또. 한번 쓰다듬어 보고 싶다. 되게 귀엽네.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to
액체를
perform an analysis.
요 이만큼 나온다고? 방금 이만큼 아니었는데?
A colorless, water-based liquid.
물에 희석이 됐다.
Quite a strong floral aroma.
마신다고?
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
존나 못 바꾸네, 홈즈. 굳었다.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette and make... I need to...
빨개졌는데?
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
만병통치약? 와, 참. 뭐 안 풀리네. 아직 식물원을 더 뒤져야 되네. 덜 뒤졌나봐. 야, 왓슨 모공 너무 큰 거 아니야?
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
얘는 들어본 적이 없다고 하네.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
조사하면서 한 명씩 물어보죠. 진상 연구에 아는지.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
아,
Thank you, young
처음이라네?
man. We shall see you again soon.
나봐, 왓슨, 씨. 자꾸 길막할래니. 키라도 좀 키고 댕겨야 되나? 그래야 뭐 좀 찾나?
What?
만병통치약을 연구 중이었고. 나와. 뭐 없는디? 응?
See.
얘는 안 와? 진성연구에? 왜 이래 왔어? 아, 이 뛰는 폼 존나 불편하다 이거.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Thank you, miss.
아무도 없는데. 하긴 뭐 있다고 말하는 것도 뭐 굳이 안다고 할 필요가 없긴 해.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
내부를 볼 수 있... 형이 아무리 봐도 부원장이 제일 가깝긴 한데. 동기도 좀 있단 말이지. 식물을 찾아야 되는데 도둑맞은 거에 있지 않을까? 이거는 증거 불충.
I don't hear.
이거 태우는 거 봤고. 벌써 술을 자셨나? 여긴 왜 들어갈 수 있지? 뭐가 안 되네요. 알버트 씨.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
얘들 근데 가둬놓고 수사하면 안 되냐? 존나 불편하네. 왜 또 금주 중이냐? 왜 이렇게 오래 안 마셨어? 뭐 없노? 아이씨. 뛰는 거 개불편해. 아. 어디 숨군지도 모르겠다 나는. 그건 이제 내가 그렇게 만든 게 아니라 선생님이 그렇게 만들지 않았나. 나를. 근데 오늘 아니면 내일 먹지 않을까? 친구들 볼 수 있는 거고. 아, 뭐 없잖아. 나와.
A ventilation system.
전혀 모르겠는데? 왜 갑자기 1인칭으로 바뀌었지? 어떻게 된 일이지? 어? 아, 뭐가 없어 지금. 증거를 다 발견해야 되는데 증거도 안 보이고. 아, 근데 이거 와 1인칭으로 바뀌었냐고. 이때까지 3인칭 보다가 1인칭 보니까 너무 불편한데? 아 씨발 너무 불편하네. R이네 R. 왜 1인칭 3인칭 변경이 있는 거야 대체? 이해할 수 없구만. 어디 내가 안 간 장소가 있나? 그런가? 기도 한번 봅시다. 직원 사무실 받고 세배용 원실 다 이어져 있는 거잖아 이거 지금. 이렇게 세 개가 내가 여기 있고 환기장치 방은 갖고 요목장 이거 살해 현장 가서 환기장치를 좀 봐야겠는데 위쪽에. 수상 쪽이잖아. 열대 지나서. 일단 온실인가? 온실에서 시작돼가지고
What?
여기선 박았고 대가리. 그렇고 여기인데 이거다.
This is one of the outlets of the
이거다.
ventilation system.
그리고 저거 작동시키면 되나? 여긴 없나? 여기도 있을 텐데. 이렇게 연결돼서 이거네. 와, 나 근데 반대로 나왔어. 젠장.
Nursery.
젠장. 여기서 이 밖으로 나가면은 환기 장치가 있죠. 키면은 나오겠지 이제.
A ventilator.
씨발 안 나오네.
A vent.
개같네. 그럼 아까 그건 왜 연 건데? 여는 키가 왜 있는 거야? 뭐가 있으니까 있는 건데. 아, 나 어지럽다.
Dry.
직원실 한번 가보자 이거. 갑자기 든 생각이 하나 있거든. 어디가 직원실이지? 여기네. 여기는 뭐 없네? 사무실 한번 가볼까?
Locked.
이게 또 뭐야? 이건 뭐야? 나 난생 처음 보는데? 아니, 나 난생 처음 봐.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
아빠. 혜미 씨 아버지네. 샴페인.
French wine. A remarkable vintage. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste.
Good taste. 그런가? 아까 그런 거 하나 했었는데. 근데 그거랑 좀 다른 느낌인데. 저거는.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
새로운 식물종을 발견하다. 냉기에 대한 저항력을 지닌 식물종 포함해서 희귀식물 자생시키는 데 성공했다. 시베리안 희귀종? 다음 주 월요일날. 다음 주 월요일 기자 이건. 편지. 친애하는 화이트 양에게 지난번 대화를 통해 자네가 큐 왕립 식물원을 떠나는 편이 좋겠다는 결론을 내렸네. 자네는 더 이상 지원이 필요 없다고 내게 직언했잖아. 어디 한번 혼자 힘으로 살아보게나. 자네에게는 자유를 줄 테니 마음 내키는 대로 살길 바라네. 화이트 일가 아니네. 뭐야? 의미가 없네. 뭐지? 쟤 분명히 빈곤했는데 희한한 게 그게 있단 말이지. 보물이 있단 말이지. 근데 그 정도의 재정을 지원해줄 수 있는 게 알버트랑 배뿐인데 얘 몬테규 던. 아! 봐봐. 이렇게 해낼까? 세 개네 이번엔. 둘, 셋, 넷 이런 느낌인가 봐. 맞네. 아닌가? 아! 똑같이 만들었네 이거. 눈고 씨 비번 설정 누가 했냐? 태균이야? 응? (235) 됐. 편지. 안녕하신가. 편지를 받고 실망감을 감출 수가 없었다네. 자네에게 일을 맡겼던 이유는 날 보호하기 위함이지 고발하기 위함은 아니잖나. 휴 식물원은 왕국의 비호를 받고 있네. 우리에겐 세상을 돌아보며 희귀하기 그지없는 식물종을 찾아서 보호할 의무가 있는 셈이지. 본 식물원은 터무니없는 곳에 식물을 이용하는 자들로부터 해당 식물종을 지켜내고 있다네. 신성연구회란 조직은 희귀식물을 소유할 권리가 없는 곳일세. 1889년 6월 14일 사건을 떠올려 보게나. 일단 태균은 안 해. 탄원서. 마지막으로 전하도록 하겠소. 빌려간 식물들을 당장 돌려놓으시오. 대개 소유가 아닌 이상 식물원에 숨겨놓을 수 없는 노릇이 않소. 허가를 받았다는데 떠들어댔던 것도 전부 거짓말이었거늘. 어찌 된 게 거짓 부렁뿐이요. 자세히 얘기 안 해도 잘할 거요. 6월 14일 사건 당시에도 언론에 거짓말을 뿌려댔지 않았어. 신성연구회랑 태규랑 사이가 안 좋네. 이 연구회랑 신성연구회랑. 식물들을 잃어버리지 않았길 바라는 마음뿐이라오. 잃어버렸다면 후회를 장담할 수 없을 테니까 말이야. 사이가 많이 안 좋은데?
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
왜? 몬테규 던에게 대출받은 마가렛. 옥스포드가의 2인실 임대료. 월세. 학비 지원금. 해밀턴 은행의 신설한 추가 융자금. 레디건 하우스 및 고급 보석상 베이드. 사치를 태규 돈으로 다 부렸네. 화이트가. 이 쌍년. 그러니까 둘이 했다니까 이게. 응? 했어. 했어라니까 이거. 그거요. 그러면은 야심이랑 상관이 없는데. 몰라. 서재 확인하기. 봐봐. 선생님 벌써 금요일이네요. 고생하십니다. 내일 고생하시겠네. 그러니까 했다니까. 저녁 원래 8시 이후로 드시지 않나? 이거는 그 전에 했던 거잖아. 자전거? 둘 다 탈 줄 몰라? 에비그레인지 저택 사건은 상류층 여지껏 회자단 이야기거리다. 사건에 얽힌 낭만적 배경. 쉼터를 제공하고자 하는 보훈자들 사이에서 인기를 끌었다. 그러니까 귀찮을 것 같은데? 공원 가야 되는 거 아니야? 한강이나? 테레사도 받고 있네. 공범이라도 재산은 이 부인이 받나봐. 희한하네. 음. 89년 6월 14일. 이거네.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address.
Oh.
Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
신성연구회 주소 나왔다. 개꿀. 나 근데 이거 읽으려고 했는데. 다시 볼래. 못 보나? 못 보네. 볼걸. 이제 핵심 나왔다, 핵심. 신성연구회. 근데 신성연구회 회원이 있나가 중요한데. 어찌 뭐 알거나.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
짱! 아유, 이쁘다는 뜻이었습니다. 뭐야? 왜? 왜? 저기.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
여기 왕립 그건데?
The Kew Gardens symbol.
뭐냐? 이게 왜 여기 있냐?
A frag.
짐은 왜 있어? 구루. 이름이 구루요?
Good day to you, sir. My name is
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do
존나
not
씨부리네.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
얘 왜 이렇게 궁시렁대냐?
Green Grand Mystic. Himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
사람 관찰부터 무조건. 문신. 피부에 비치면 잘 보여. 손끝에 박힌 군살. 흉터 있네. 네가 있냐?
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation.
신성연구회.
You may say, the divine syndicate. Glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom.
베지터블
And to be
킹덤이래.
permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
자격?
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
이거다.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and
아,
imbecility.
빌려간 걸 직접
So we went in and seized them.
찾아왔다.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means...
그
I
편지에도
get
적혀있긴
it.
했어.
Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
지는 아니라는데.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
바다다 바바바바. 필요한.
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Hola, good.
올라래.
Good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
그냥 존나 특이하네.
Thank you so much.
I
발음도
pray you
특이하고.
to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap,
Oh.
it is called.
만병통치약. 아니 셋 중에 한 명이 무조건
Well,
그건데.
we will leave you to your meditation.
여기 연구회 회원인데. 맹독 식물은 소유였다. 뚝은 아니던데. 그다음에 여기 되는 거 없고 아직 이만큼 남았는데 씨 단서가. 이번 거는 아니 화장이 너무 쉽긴 했다. 근데 진짜 여기 미친애 걸려있네. 트리완 저기 있네 트리완.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
이거?
It is rather delicious and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
만병통치약은 코카인이었대. 씨. 뭐냐?
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
그래 미친놈이. 후원자. 이거 보면 되겠네.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
유명한 사람들밖에 없네 여기. 여기는 몇 번? 여기. 나와.
This is
아, 또 자물쇠다. 아, 진짜 싫다, 진짜. 좀 하다가 안 되면 넘길래. 뭐 없는데? 그럴때 어지러워. 이건가? 자물쇠는 원활한 진행을 위해 넘기도록 하겠습니다. 좀 어지러지네요.
These instruments are used
아편.
for smoking opium.
이 중독자 새끼들. 아편 전쟁 겪기 전인가?
A vast amount of opium.
겪고 난 훌 텐데.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
자물쇠 너무 어려워. 저 움직이는 거.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
보원장일 것 같은데 뭔가. 홀리. 응? 응. 뭐야? 블레이시아야? 우리.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
예. 끝물은 아니고 아직 증거 덜했어. 약간 중간 지나간다?
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant.
맞네. 나
Nothing of
블레이시아.
interest.
구나. 우리 다 열어도 돼 근데 이거? 안 열어도 되나?
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical.
아이씨 뭐야?
A tropical.
한번 반복. 플로렘 디아볼리카.
These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
아니 이걸 다 이 새끼 도둑놈 아님? 그냥 도둑놈인데? 오케이. 바로 하나 찾았고 실험을 진행하라. 여기는 맞는 거 없고.
Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
실험 어디서 하는데? 여기서 할 건 아니잖아. Ridiculous. 근데 자물쇠가 제일 어려운. 다시 해봐. 이 새끼 왜 지래 갑자기? 얘한 또 와이카노. 왓슨이 미쳐 보는데 갑자기. 거기서 아편 하나 하고 왔나? 또래인가?
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done.
아니 식물이란
If you are at all
이름
optimistic
뒤에
to have
아편을
dinner
하고
this evening,
코카인을 하던데?
then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
아, 개 싫어. 존나
It
징그럽게
appears to
생겼어.
have fallen inactive after being disturbed. No reaction.
반응 온다.
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This is a a prickly plant.
Oh!
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more.
공격당하니까 뭘 내뿜네. 뭐 고정시킬 수 있는 방법이 없을까?
It appears to
공격당하니까
it
막
closed again.
내뿜네.
I wonder what secrets this
입을 벌려둘 방법이. 씨발, 이 세 개로 뭘 할 수 있는데? 얘도 한번 해볼까 일단? 얘는 우물이네?
This plant becomes. My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
가시를 내뿜네?
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
그러면은 자, 입을 일단 벌리게 하고, 그지? 입 벌리게 하고 얘한테
It appears
애벌레를 놔두면은 브르륵.
toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
굿.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
치밀한 계획. 얘인가? 일단 이렇게 해놓고 얘는 안 되거든. 얘는 그만한 지식이 없어. 일단은 얘는 아니야. 과도한 지원을 갖고 있었고 누군가 신성 연구회보다 먼저 맹독 식물을 훔쳐갔다. 이게 맞지 않을까? 일단 이렇게 해버리면 마가렛 화이트 범인 돼버리거든. 근데 이제 혜미 씨도 약간 의심이 가기 때문에 혜미 씨한테 한번 가봐야 돼. 애벌레 들고 가고 얘기도 한 번씩 나누고. 애벌레 들고 있나? 있네. 식민지 식물관. 일단은 대화 한 번씩 나눠보자. 확실히 여기가 좀 오래 걸리긴 하네. 혜미 씨부터. 사망 전 몬테규의 행적.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
일과.
What
네.
were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
일단 알버트도. 얘는 근데 아닌 것 같긴 해.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
열대식물관?
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
얘는 아직도 슬퍼 보인다. 아까도 그랬는데. 아, 간지러워. 환기구는 별 상관이 없나?
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
브리티시 인디아, 말라카, 브리티시 온두라스, 호주, 케이프 콜로니? 싱가포르, 벵갈, 뉴질랜드, 칼코타. 이게 뭐야? 가자. 화이트 만나러 가자. 제일 의심스러운 화이트. 그 다음에 부원장. 아, 저거를. 얘는 똑똑하단 말이지.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
뛰어다녔다는데?
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
음성기로
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
연구실에 320번.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
아, 나와봐. 320. 여기에 맹독 친구는 없는데, 근데 그냥 선인장들밖에 없네. 아, 블레이시아도 아니고. 320번 한번 다시 들어볼까? 어디로 가야 되냐? 씨, 존나 헷갈리네. 안 돼! 오케이. 돼. 잘 찾아왔어. 돼. 응? 320번? 연구실에 있다는데? 여기 아닌데? 이거다.
Here it is.
찾았지요. 320번.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
그럼 부원장인가? 부원장은 존나 애매하거든. 식민지 식물관. 애벌레. 애벌레 가져오면 되는 거 아니야? 애벌레 어디 갔는데? 식민지 식물관. 식민지 식물관. 아이. 어이? 여기는 거긴데. 혹시?
First of all, I need to.
맞네. 혹시 했는데 역시였네.
nursery.
아까 그 환기구를 열고 저기에 애벌레를 넣는 건가 보다. 근데 씨발 또 삥 돌아왔네. 뭐하냐 나? 잠시만.
Nursery.
잠시만. 어디서 한눈에 보이는 곳이었는데 어디였지? 아이씨. 일막상 그만해라. 이 식민지 식물원이 한눈에 보이는 곳이 있었는데. 어? 여기잖아. 식민지 식물원. 아니야? 여기 맞는데?
Nursery.
아, 그만. 그래, 여기.
We can see the interior of the colonial collection.
응. 동네 한 바퀴 지렸다. 여기서 오른쪽. 아, 답답하다, 답답해. 여긴 열대고. 근데 환기구가 하나밖에 없었는데. 여기도 환기구가 있나? 있네. 저기를 여기를 어떻게 애벌레가 들어오게 할까? 여기는 수상이 딱 여기인데 여기 열고 여기 아까 거기 가서
Dry.
그만 제발 그만 읽어. 여기서 이제 애벌레를
First of all, I need.
뭐가 더 필요한 거지?
Dry.
선풍기는 열었는데. 응? 아, 여기 하나 더 있네. 여기 마시고 떨어지면서 간 거지.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to
원장인가 보다.
activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
되는지 확인해보고. 저걸 안 해서 안 떴던 거구나. 에이. 잠깐만, 여기 아닌데. 여기 말고 여기다 여기. 이제 범인만 맞추면 돼잉. 블레블레. 블레블레.
First of all, I need...
아니 아까 열어놨잖아. 아 왜 또 지랄인데 이거. 개 답답하네. 왓슨한테 열고 있으라 해야 되냐? 아씨 몇 번째야 이거.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
아, 그걸 안 했구나 내가. 야이, 여기 아니잖아. 뚠딴따란 뚠딴따란. 이 키가 왜 뜨는 걸까? 굳이 지금 뜰 상황이 아닌데. 전원
The
키고.
power is on. The engine cannot. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
됐나? 왓슨! 왓슨!
Dry.
씨발. 왓슨! 애벌레 떨어졌어, 안 떨어졌어?
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans.
아. 업무실에서 환기 장치를 또 돌려야 돼, 따로? 뭐지?
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. From here, we are...
근데 어떻게 한 거지?
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
달려와서 저걸 연다? 그리고 애벌레 떨어졌냐? 아씨 왜 이렇게 돌아가야 되냐? 아 답답해.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's.
혜미씨 방에도 있네. 아씨. 아, 이게 뭔 똥개 훈련이냐? 이거 왓슨 해야 되는 거 아니야? 내가 하는 게 아니라? 자, 혜미씨 방이 여기잖아. 여기. 가 아니네? 뭐, 옆이구나? 여기구나? 아, 여기 있네.
This is one. Perfect.
아, 씨.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
그니까 내 말이. 아무리 봐도 혜미씨 같은데 난. 체포하라고?
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
맞나? 맞나 본데? 체포해놨나?
Locked. Locked. Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
난 근데 왜 자꾸 모든 살인이 치정살인이 더 어울린다 생각하지? 맞을까? 맞긴 할까 싶다.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
자살한 거 아니야, 이 새끼?
How?
뭐야, 얘 어디 갔어? 대형 온실에 있다는데? 여기는 종자 보관실인데? 대형 온실이 재배용 온실인가? 이 노래가 왜 생각날까? 어딨냐? 여기는 새끼 어디 갔지? 명상하러 갔나?
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
자살할 것 같더라. 자살할 것 같더라. 편지가 있네. 지옥 같은 삶을 살게 되었다. 견디기 힘들어진다. 몬테교다는 죽어 마땅했지만 손에 피를 묻힌 스스로를 용서할 수가 없다. 해미씨 일가는 항상 비극적인 상황의 희생양일 뿐이었다. 나 역시 마찬가지다. 지금 이 자리에서 이제까지의 일을 속죄하고자 한다. 안녕히 계시고. 지랄하고 있네.
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of
내
this case.
반족이면은 이렇게 걷는다는 건가? 이렇게. 왜? 아, 아까 발자국. 공범이 있었던 것으로 의심되긴 해. 그래, 그 요 야랑 이 화이트랑. 화이트겠지. 화이트겠지.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly. Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself,
혼자 떠안으려고?
and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
지도를 보면
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
알버트 위에 거부터 합시다. 9시 반경에 마틴 해미시와 몬테규 더는 종자 보관실에서 알버트를 만났다. 음, 9시 반경에 마틴 해미시와 몬테규 더는 뒤뜰로 향했고, 그로부터 10분 후에 몬테규 더는 열대식물관 쪽으로 순회를 계속했다. 몬테규 더는 뒤뜰로 향하고 10분 후잖아. 이거네. 이거고 하미씨는 종자 보관실 돌아왔고, 해미씨는 마가렛 화이트와 10시경에 대면했고, 그녀는 10시 20분까지 실험실에 있었고 수상식물관에서 혜미씨와 알버트를 만났다. 그 다음에 30분에 혜미씨는 알버트한테 달려갔다. 이 새끼 달려갈 수 있는 상황이긴 하냐 근데? 네 번족인데 10분경에 마가렛 화이트를 만나고 돌아오는 혜미씨를 목격했대. 공자 무관실에서. 이렇게.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection
시간
Room.
남아도네.
Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection
증거도
Room,
있잖아.
which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
아니 있잖아. 응? 왜 이래? 왜 이래? 얘가 왜 이런데? 갑자기 꺼져버렸는데? 갑자기 꺼져버렸는데? 뭐야? 아니 뭐야? 보험가? 저 증거를 하나 찾아야 된다. 아까 그 320인가? 그거. 왜 안 꺼지노 이거? 오케이. 왜 갑자기 버그가 걸린 거야? 화장실 갔다 올까? 화장실 다녀오겠습니다. 기도. 반대다. 마가렛 화이트는 20분의 여유를 이용하여 몬테구단을 한정에 빠뜨렸다. 식민지 실무관의 문을 잠근 그녀는 마틴 해미시가 환기장치를 작동시키는 신호를 보냈다. 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야? 이거 320번.
Cylinder.
꽂혀 있나?
I don't hear anything.
어디 갔지? 320번 어디 갔어? 320번 어디 갔지? 소리를 쭉 들어보면 되지 않을까? 근데 없다? 이러면 어떻게 밝혀내지? 더 들을 생각이었는데? 알버트는 무고하다. 얘는 무고하고. 이 긍정적 목적. 학자로서의 야망과 사생활을 포기했던 이 둘인 듯. 이 둘인 듯 이래. 하긴 근데 마가렛 화이트도 너무 그게 많았어. 동기가 돈 없어, 하였어.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
여자의 마음은 갈 때 같지 않나?
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
왜?
The other side? No! Stop!
얘도 자살해?
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
알았!
Stop this foolishness. cannot truly want to die.
왓슨 뭔?
No, it's too late.
좋았어.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
친년인가 얘? 얘 이상해. 일단 맞네요. 다 맞췄네. 반달 아래의 산책. 한 사람의 용의자를 지목할 만큼의 단서를 발견한 경우. 이건 아니고. 산책? 산책하다 죽었나?
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson,
We have. Where to?
to the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way.
뭔데?
Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh,
왔네.
Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, 'cause I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
불안해라서.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
이 할배는 벌써 꼬랐는데? 벌써 꼬랐는데? 와, 개어둡다. 여기구나.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes. Is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving.
피해자.
Who were the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The
총상?
stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
불량배 하나에 보석상 하나.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there, and Polly Powell, a flower seller, who is over at the far side of the street.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street.
아, 불꽃놀이에
And then
맞춰서
shortly
총을 쐈나
after, the
보네.
fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
연립주택 창가.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
시반이
Constable,
깜깜했던.
your statements have been of great value to me.
얘부터 봅시다. 버틀러. 아닌데. 브라이언. 이름 씨.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not.
손 되게 크네.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound.
가다출혈을 주었겠다.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vicotti must have done some time there.
교도소에서 문신도 지켜드려?
Brian Vicotti suffered greatly.
많이
What a
아파하네.
terrible way to die.
얘도 한번 볼까? 버틀러. 그릇? 나무 조각?
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
이거는 담배 아니야?
This shard of wood is quite new.
뭔가 담배가 생겼는데? 야, 얘는 머리 맞았네.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance.
열쇠도 있고.
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
얘가 목격자고.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
알았다. 조용해봐라. 넣고.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And, well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
빈곤한 삶. 기념패. 아, 참전용사구나. 하나는 뭘까? 아, 참전용사라서 절름발이. 한번 들어볼까?
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
다른 사람.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow.
크기가 달랐다고?
It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
총알이 다른가? 아닌데? 그러니까 총이 다른가? 아니면 그 불꽃놀이가 아니네, 연속으로 쐈다 그랬는데. 총이 다른 것
Mr.
같은데.
Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
감사합니다. 2 발의 총성. 하나의 2명의 피해자. 아니네. 왜 다 아닐까? 모순된 증언. 창가에는 아무도 없었다. 뭐지?
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
혹시
Mr. Turner appears
총소리
to
듣고
live
나도
very
쏴야지 하면서 쏜 거
modestly.
아니야? 런던로를 왜?
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
1시간 전에? 잿더미. 뭘 태웠네? 종이 뭉치? 이게 뭐야?
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see
야,
what's
영어가
written
맞긴
here.
하냐? 영어가 아닌 것 같이 생겼다.
These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
알아볼 수 없네. 창가를 조사하기로 했는데 집을 조사하고 있는데 이게 맞아? 지팡이.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it
얘 왜
became
이렇게
stuck between the cobblestones.
거짓말밖에 안
He
해.
did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
어이 터너 씨, 왜 거짓말밖에 안 해요?
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a
빚졌나?
hurry here a short while ago.
저 불량배한테 빚졌나?
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
색상이 뭐 없고 여기 뭐 없는데? 여기 뭐 없고 뭐 칼? 자네?
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife is quite sharp. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
칼로 종이를 잘랐다? 한가까지 보고 다시 입문하자.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window.
딱 보이긴 한다.
Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. The dead body of Kenneth Butler.
근데 버틀러
Mr.
근처에서
Turner had a
나무 조각
perfect view
있었거든.
of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
그러네. 한눈에 알아 보이겠네. 시체 근처로 다 무언가를 집어들었다. 지팡이가 부러졌다. 침대에서 일어나서 그럼 창문을 열어. 그 다음에 칼로 자르고 던지고 갔다 온 게 아닐까? 아니다. 그럴 시간이 어딨어 솔직히. 그지? 이건 나중일 거야. 이게 일이고 이걸 봐. 그 다음에 지팡이 들었다라는 게 있나? 지팡이를 들었다. 뭐 그냥 기본적으로 지팡이를 들고 다니나 봐. 른발이니까 다 가서 무언가를 치고 들고 여기 뿌라치고 해서 지팡이 놔두고 무언가를 치고 들었다. 그 다음에 칼로 자르고 던졌다. 일어나서 지팡이 짚고 창가로가 소리를 들었으니까 그래서 보고 이 새끼 죽었네? 가봐 한번. 그래서 뭐를 집었냐? 여기서 잘 안 보여. 주머니를 뒤지나? 아닌데 뭘 주웠는데 지금? 그 다음에 여기서 부러졌어. 올라가고 난 뒤에 놔두면서 종이를 들어. 그 다음에 종이 자르고 펴었다 이거지.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
뭘까요? 기름때.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book.
이건 왜 챙겼지?
A bracelet with a unique ram's head design. A distinctive feature of
그냥
ancient
비싸서?
Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
그냥 비싸서 챙긴 건가? 이게 다야? 비싸서 챙긴 게? 얘 참 수상한 게 한두 개가 아니네.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
여름바리.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
응? 니 다 구라쳤잖아. 아 이거 아니야? 아 저 팔찌.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window, as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
나쁜 사람은 아니야.
That's why it's better to stay at home at night.
맹독 식물을 기념포로 받았어? 여기는 다 받고 그리고 저 꽃집 아지매 꽃집 아지매 레이튼 체프먼도 봐야 되고 꽃집 아지매 근데 이 주택에 혼자 잠시만 그러네 막 다른 집이 있는 것 같지는 않다 뭔가 아지매 홀리 파월
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
What
My
do you
name
want?
is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
진술 한번 들어보자.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then The fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
다른 사람.
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
지들끼리 싸서 죽인 거 아니야?
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
이분은 본 게 별로 없긴 해.
This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
거울이 있네.
Locked.
일단은 저 이름 뭐라고? 레이먼? 걔한테 한번 가보자. 용의자로 체포된 애한테. 얘도 목격자 할 수 있어. 근데 왜 총을 들고 튀었을까?
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes, what is the trouble with that lad? Isn't he guilty of murder?
조용. 야, 형 치고는 너무 늙었다잉?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
얘 왜 이렇게 늙었냐?
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you.
아까 걔랑 비슷한 나이대로 보이긴 한다.
Are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins
아들내미.
has told me.
식물관.
You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
근데 야, 반다나도 있네? 얘, 뭐, 어디, 불량배 아니야? 불량배 같은데? 이게 배님도 잦은 몸싸움, 길거리 출신. 멍이 왜 이렇게 많아? 아, 경찰에게 저항하다가 또들 모았어? 여기 반다나가 있단 말이지? 사무실 직원이야, 근데? 아, 반다나가 아니라 목도리였어? 이거 나도 좀 이 불황하라고 선입견을 가지고 봤나 보다. 반다나로 보다니. 어? 문신이 있네? 어? 어? 이거 아까 걔랑 똑같은 거잖아. 불량배인가?
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw 2 men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
화이트채플 스트리트 쪽으로.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it. And then I followed the third man.
그래서 총을 들고 있었구나.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash.
와, 마술사야?
It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police.
여성분께서 소리 질렀다는 거는.
Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man.
Young man.
Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
발소리가 안 들렸다.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested.
그럴 수 있지.
And he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
이걸걸? 웨스트게이트?
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the
밑에
Westgate
있었냐, 너?
Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
친했네.
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
많이
And
굶주렸구나.
Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you
누나가
lost
죽어서.
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
오래된 친분. 근데 딱히 막 여기 연결되는 게 없어, 그지? 되네. 왜 되지? 개인적인 원한. 이게 되네. 상상 속의 인물. 엥? 왜 이렇게 말하지? 아, 혹시나 하는 가능성을 열어둔 거구나. 아, 소지품이 있네. 총도 있겠다, 그러면. 총 한번 보자. 있네.
So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
뭐, 회전을 왜? 아.
2 out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
총알 소리가 다르다 했는데? 총소리가?
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
시계.
A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt.
B. 터너는 총성이 2차례 들렸다고 진술했지만 실제로는 3발의 탄환이 발사되었다. 사격 지점이 달랐을 경우 될 수 있는 상황이다. 권총이 하나 더 있다는 전제하에 탕하고 동시에 탕한 건가? 근데 일단은 이걸로 갑시다. 아, 모르니까. 아니야. 뭐씨 갑자기 완결 내고 지랄이야. 뭐야? 권총 한번 물어보러 갈까? 혹시 대답을 해주나?
Please believe me.
지 아니랍니다. 예. 지는 아닌데요. 뭘 보기로 했죠? 서재 확인. 매영.
That
뭘까? 신문은 아닐 테고. 염소.
That is
아니고요.
That is not. That is not. That.
왜 아닌데 이게?
That is.
That. 신문 아니고. 이거구나. 그리스 시대의 보물. 팔찌와 목걸이, 반지에는 각각 5개의 사냥머리가 쏟아져 있으며 모든 작품 순금으로 만들어졌다. 팔찌, 목걸이, 반지. 팔찌 2개? 미틸레네의 5 사냥. 85년에 도난 당했다는데?
Here it is.
잘못 본 줄 알았네.
I need to continue my research in my archives.
Archive. 잠시만요. 도난당했다. 85년도에. 이거는 어제 저녁 대형 박물관에서 글래스퍼드 미술 전시회로 구성 중이던 그리스 시대의 보물들을 도난당한 사건이 발생했다. 케네스 버틀러는 역사적인 미술품을 자신이 경영하는 치가에 람프에 판매하려 했던 사람이 있었다는 사실을 런던 경찰국에 제보했다. 빈센트 폴리라는 도둑을 검거했대. 근데 어디 숨겨뒀는지 말을 안 했다네.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
바로 전당포. 이번에도 뭔가 술술 풀린다잉. 네 번째 장 하는 것 마냥. 전당포가 어디길래? 이건가?
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
아, 버틀러가 여기 주인이구나. 뭐 아무것도 없는디?
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
등산도구?
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
조용탄이 비싼가 근데? 요즘에 물건이 왜 이렇게 많아? 전당포라 그런가? 하나 더 있냐 혹시? 계산대.
It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
찬양 그거 목걸이다 이거.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
왜지? 편지가 있네요. 케니스에게 브라이언 베르코티 편지. 이게 불량배잖아. 4개의 순양 머리가 새겨진 고대 그리스의 순금장 신구가 3점이나 있다고 그랬잖아. 혹시 아직도 가지고 있나? 어떤 녀석이 그걸 애타게 찾고 있다는 소식을 전해주려 이렇게 편지를 쓴다네. 현찰로 도둑히 준비해뒀다고 그러더구만. 울주 녀석과의 만남을 조선해줄 테니 내 몫으로 조금만 떼어주게나. 불꽃놀이가 시작하기 전에 대로변과 맞닿은 하품은 거리에서 기다리고 보겠네. 아, 이것 때문에 거기 있었구나. 하나는 또 어딨지? 응? 아, 아닌가 보네? 이게 아니야? 이게 표시가 아이 조명탄은 필요 없고 이게 다인데? 이상하네. 선반 한 번만 더 보자. 아, 시계 소리 정신 나갈 것 같아.
A flare pistol.
뭐 안 뜬다. 일단 나갑시다. 말 거는 것도 없고 여긴 나가는 길이고 얘들 다 불황자들이구나. 왓슨 왜 여기서 기다리고 있어? 뭐 아무것도 없어서 씨 어지럽네. 삐걱. 증거를 다시 연결해야 되나? 통거리 살인사건 도난당한 그리스 시대 범인 다툼을 해봐요. 토너가 오케이 이거네. 방도 왜 이래 갑자기? 아니라니까 이거? 왜 무조건 체포하라 되냐 이거? 아 반복 걸린 술 아니지. 뭐가 하나 생겼다. 시대를 줄까요? 어? 자, 마침 잘 됐네. 안 그래도 왔는데. 밥 막걸리 맛있지. 조명탄을
What's up
발사했나?
with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
미친놈. 피해자 한 명이 두 발 발사했다. 씨발 보여야지.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift.
여기 있네. 장대.
This should be useful.
Useful.
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh.
탄이 있네.
Watson, there was a third shot fired in this
바로
street.
찾았는데? 이거네 대응 사격. 상상 속의 인물 저거는 아니고. 갑자기 없어졌다. 이걸 재현하라고? 추격전을 재현하라고? 이제 별걸 다 재현하네? 외로우 경관한테 말을 걸어서. 아 씨발 또 지랄. 오늘 왜 이렇게 튕김 이거. 이거 왜 이래. 이런 씨발 누군가. 아니 이때까지 안 튕기다가 갑자기 오늘 두 번 튕겼어. 왜 이래. 어이가 없네. 왜 이러지? 아니 그 전에 튕겼으면 내가 말이라도 안 하는데. 동기화 중이래. 데레레, 데레레. 벌써 10시야? 야야야야. 아, 지랄놈. 지랄놈. 아, 똥 마려. 어? 어. 아.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your...
님이 그러니까 할 말은 없네.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood. No, this is not how I walk to...
천천히 움직였대. 얘들 보고 위에도 한번 봐주고 이때는 뛰었을 텐데.
No, this is not how...
아이 씨발 뭔 개소리야 이게.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
딱히 숨을 만한 장소가 여기 있네?
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
거리에 숨었다면 못 찾는다. 벽면 등반? 이젠 가자. 맥주 한 잔? 까비. 이게 안 되네. 선반조 사기. 탄 가져가고. 그 다음에 이것도
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
나도 모르겠는데요. 오늘요? 오늘은 딱히 안 정해놨는데. 찾았고 뭐 보시고 싶은 거라도 있으신가?
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
뭐 틀린 말은
People
아니야.
like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
근데 141은 뭐야 여기 옷깃에. 경찰 번호도 있어?
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
5초.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
Catch me if you can. 여기야?
The streetlights fall directly on this wall. Not an ideal spot.
아, 정면이니까. 근데 여기 너무 높지 않아?
The moon illuminates this wall. This wall.
아, 여기구나. 눈뽕!
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
하루 종일 올라가네, 씨.
I should try climbing faster.
서둘러. 더 빨리 해야 된다는데? 쉽지 않은데?
I can barely see anything.
아니, 너무 느린데?
Holmes? Are you there? Where is he?
Oh.
My God, a man can't just disappear like that.
됐다. 근데 저기 소리가 들리지 않을까? 아,
Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
왜 내려가는 장면 안 보여주냐? 여기야?
These shards of glass are from the window above.
여기 맞네. 외투도 걸려있고.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. It's
empty.
Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
야, 근데 얘를 어떻게 찾냐? 무고하죠, 일단. 절도행위 뭐야? 아직은 뭐 안 되네. 여긴 다 뒤졌지? 뭔 소리야, 이거 말발굽 소리 나는데? 아이고. 아이고.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
차이가 심한데? 굵기가?
Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horse hair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
말보다 큰... 뭐 있어? 사람이 키우는 것 중에? 고개사? 눈속임. 레이튼 체포먼에게 목격되었던 남성은 벽면을 타서 범행 현장을 또 빠져나왔다. 솜씨 좋은 고개단원이 모양이다. 피해자의 사용했던 두 번째 권총을 소지했을 가능성이 유랑극단을 찾아라 부탁하라는데? 위긴스한테? 위긴스.
Wiggins is currently at
아, 바다거리까지 가야 되는구나. 아, 따마씨. 이 정도면 무릎 망가지겠다. 비행기 아니라 상관없나? 근데 버스만 타도 무릎 존나 시린데. 버스 오래 타면 무릎 존나 시리거든. 얘 어디 갔냐?
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
새끼는 말 조심하란 말밖에 못하나. 아, 여기 있구나.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have
봄인가?
disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
색깔도 그렇고
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
봄인 것 같은데?
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in
인식이 깔려 있네. 기본적으로.
7 seconds.
근데 그럴만해.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
질이네. 얘는 못하는 게 뭘까? 코끼리야?
Duval Brothers, a well-known traveling circus that is currently stopped in London.
주발 정도.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
근데 진짜 코끼리가 춤 저렇게 막 자전거 타면서 개 신기하겠다. 서커스 같은 거 볼 그게 없잖아. 일이 잘 없잖아. 신기하긴 하겠다.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of
됐다. 자물쇠 보나 보다.
artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off.
다행인데.
You're a bit slow to catch.
변장을 하라고? 무성한 털과 지저분한 옷까지 신분을 숨겨보자. 오랜만에 변장하네. 이제 두 번째 변장인 것 같은데. 누구예? 양키임, 요조코임. 편지가 아니라 그냥 신문인데. 화장대. 최대한 모자가 필요하다 했거든. 이거 해야겠는데? 안경은 됐고 일단 무성한 트랙이 와, 뭐 씨발 턱이 아니 무슨 털이 여기 어이가 없네. 성대보다 더 내려와 있냐? 징그럽게. 8번? 어? 15번. 17번. 이걸로 할래. 어때? 마술 잘하게 생겼냐? 아, 지저분한 옷을 일단 잠깐만, 이거 왜 낑겼노? 보자. 강도 농부 장기. 아니 정장밖에 없는데? 강도 복장 해야 되나 본데? 요거 하자. 아, 좀 이것도 좀 아쉬운데.
I'd better wear a shabby hat.
아, 이거 안 돼? 허름한 모자? 모자가 별로인가? 11번? 11번이 좀 잘, 이걸로 하자. 12번 할래.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
지랄한다, 이
Calm
새끼.
down, Watson.
존나 잘
Take deep
놀아주네.
breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
야, 왓슨 리액션 좋노?
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
찰스 폴리.
I've got it.
I got it.
So, everything is here just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right?
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight then.
저들이 뭐냐? 아, 눈 따가.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company.
해야?
Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure.
아, 눈 따가. 깔만한 게 없을까? 인쇄기. Rise up and keep rising from lamps into lion.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting.
Interesting.
From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. There are enough posters to paste
와,
across
개
half
많다.
of London's walls.
존나 많네.
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day.
100. 뭐가 없는데?
The barrel.
이 깔만한 게 있어야 되는데. 저 새끼 진짜 문지기네. 그냥 저 앞에 서 있네. 웃긴 새끼네. 깔만한 게 없다잉? 뒷문으로 나가봐야 되나? 여기 나가는 길이 없었는데. 아. 찰스폴리랑 앞면을 틀었는데, 씨발, 찰스폴리 어딘데? 뭐야? 어딨냐? 아, 저 뜯을 만한 거 없나? 바로 같은 거? 뭐가 없는데?
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
천막? 아니 없던데? 없으니까 잊으라고 했지 이 새끼야. 여기 뭐 씨발 뭐 도구가 없노 이 동네는. 천막 안에 있다는데 천막에 들어가지도 못하네. 뭐야 저런 거야. 이 새끼. 쉬. 이상한 데서 막혔네? 응? 뭐야?
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in
되네?
fact, gunpowder.
깔 필요가 없었구나.
Powder
Yes.
kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently, and these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there.
사보타지.
Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
자신 없는데. 고개사? 열 수 있다. 금고가 있다는 뜻? 흉터가 있네? 곤충이 있네? 극악무도랑 곤충이 있다는 것만으로? 이 새끼네. 민첩한 손놀림에 얘네 반지가 얘한테 있네. 일단 와 인물 다 열었다. 아 존나 싫네 진짜로. 약간 이런 느낌인 것 같은데? 이렇게 한가? 된 것 같은데 뭔가? 그럴듯하지 않아? 아 이거 존나 못해 먹겠다 자물쇠 씨발. 존나 열받는다 이거 그냥. 대충 된 것 같은데 안 된다잉. 살짝 틀어져서 그런가 이게? 됐다. 그렇다 십세야.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley. I need.
오. 들었잖아. 뭐야? 미텔렌의 5순양 반지 끼고 있었고 본종 찾고. 아 이걸 안 해서.
Oh. Well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley from York.
Ah,
York.
Nigel from York.
York.
Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
씨발 뭐지? 도둑?
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died. 7 days ago, in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
가족이야?
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Deal.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite...
아이씨. 족같다. 족같다. 이렇게 한가? 일단 이렇게 해봅시다. 이렇게가 맞는데? 이걸 올리자. 그 다음에 뭐가 문제일까 보자. 이게 맞는 것 같은데 이거는? 아, 나 잠을 때 너무 싫어. 씨발, 뭔데? 아, 존나 열받네. 안 해. 아, 잠을 진짜 하기 싫다.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
뭔 그림이 이렇게 왔냐? 책장?
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
금고.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
이발. 죽여버리고 싶네. 아니, 뭐를 맞춰야 되는 거야? 아니, 앞 라인을 맞춰도 안 되고, 뒷 라인을 맞춰도 안 되면, 씨, 이걸 뭘 하라고? 으이? 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 오! 다행이다. 이게 없어 다행이다. 씨, 좌우로 하는 거. 그거 있으면 존나 어지러워.
What a surprise! Another lock.
And
I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves.
그 열쇠가 이
trap
열쇠야?
them, and find out.
함정에 빠뜨린다고?
Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
한마도 있네? 함정도 설치해야 되고.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
쪽문 뭐야?
This hatch leads to a cellar.
물품 불충분. 밧줄이 있네?
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency.
Emergency.
This door leads to a kitchen, which holds the shortest route to the back door.
물품을 뭐 2층에서 구해와야 되나? 샹들리에.
I wonder what this old
이음새도 없고. 얘들 없는 게 좀 많네. 그럼 2층을 가볼까? 뭐가 떴는데 방금? 뭐냐? 찬사?
This works very well.
오케이 굿.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
아니 이거 부르고 나갈 수 있는 거 맞나 진짜? 존나 의문이네. 진주 목걸이 뭔데 이거?
This should...
여기 깔아놓으면 되겠네.
One step on these... I should walk carefully.
지는 안 밟히네. 그다음 또 뭐 없나? 뒷문 막았고 하나 더 막아야 되는데 샹들리에도 막아야 되고.
The thieves won't attempt to...
홍문으로는 안 나가겠지 그래. 사람 새끼면. 모퉁이?
This should...
이거 뭐지? 날로?
A solid...
파출? 파출 왜? 아 여기 의자로 막고.
The door... The door...
굿.
There is no ladder. If...
됐나? 이 층 막혔고.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly.
한마 뭐야 저거? 샹들리에를 달아야 되는데? 달만한 그게 없다? 봤을 때? 융단?
This should...
융단? 여기
Now, it's not... I should walk carefully.
여기 됐고 샹들리에
This...
샹들리에 됐냐?
I suppose that the thief... Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
굿. 된 거 아니야?
What a surprise. I recall...
된 듯? 이거 돌리면은
If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
컴패니언트. 오늘 끝나고 소리 나잖아.
Police! Police!
뭐야 이게?
Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How'd you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing
Well,
here?
그럴
Did
와요,
you
있네.
follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men.
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers.
배신자래. 씨발 뭐 아무것도 안 했는데. 아, 투구도 있네.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
왜 이렇게 그 불독상이냐? 됐나? 폴리의 복수국 찰스 폴리는 훔치려다가 사건의 용의자가 됐다. 선처를 베푼다. 뭐야? 이게 왜 왼쪽 오른쪽이 바뀌어 있냐 이번엔? Charles Foley.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful. You Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected.
세상이 그래.
We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
어딜 가나 반란군이.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
Duty? 눈 감는 건 좀. 근데 혼돈을 원한다니까. 이 산업혁명 이뤄지기 전인가? 1890년대 신문 읽고 막 그러는데 어떻게 되나 궁금하긴 하다.
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. I shall not stop you.
결말 못 바꾸면 어떡하냐? I don't care. Not my bad. 알바 no.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men. I should leave now. Sherlock, Dr. Watson.
Holmes, what just happened? What was that?
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our
진짜 미친놈
attention?
같다.
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
A lady? 이거는 뭐 아니겠? 응? 뭐 이거는 맞고 그거는 뭐 선택하기 나름인가 봐. 정의의 화신. 이게 순서가 있나 보다. 뭔데? 아, 끝난 거야? 이게 끝인갑다. 그지? 끝났네. 마지막 그거 뭐 줬는지 보자. 기념품. 아, 전단지가. 마지막 거는 그게 신문지가 없네. 셜록홈즈 크라임 앤 퍼니시먼트 제가버렸습니다. 재밌었습니다.